Okay. Where am I? Good morning, everybody. Camera is deciding not to work again today. What in the actual fuck? Listening to my pre-market music still. Ting ding. Um, good morning, everybody. What's happening? Do you think Intel's poor earnings will reflect on AMD and Nvidia? Possibly. Although, to be fair, a lot of Nvidia's growth is because Intel's had poor earnings. I think you need to take off the invisibility cloak. Something along those lines. 1 second. Yeah. I want to see my face too. All right. There I am. I did it. Our volume is insane. You mean insanely low? We have FTDs today. Market maker March 22nd, I think. So BBY gamma neutral dropped this morning to 1556. Delta neutral still at 1922. And the put call reversals at 1778. But that's just because everybody's buying shitloads of 14, 15, and $16 calls. Out. Yes. Awesome. There is a part of me that hopes Amazon climbs back to 2,800 so I don't have to buy 100 shares of Amazon. Can you loan me an Amazon put, please? I mean, I just had enough to hedge my CSP, right? And if I get assigned on it, there's not really going to be any profits. X strong earnings up 6.4%. Yeah, it's killing it. Which is good. I hope everyone enjoyed that dip back to 32 on it. That was a really nice reentry. Should I buy Amazon at 24.70? I mean, can it go lower? Probably. I don't know if it will, but it could, right? Like if we go out here on the weekly, there's a chance it could drop to, you know, even all the way back down to like 24. They missed EPS hard. Bid for Amazon 2,700 put. For what expiration? April 29? Current bid is 125, 45, 55, 60, 119.25, 117. 119.10, 118.05. Last price 124.84. I'm sure he's trying to put an order in, so I'm just trying to help him out. The IV crush on those Amazon puts were crazy. Yeah, unfortunately. The quack pack? What the fuck? Baba rug pull? No. Although it kind of sucks that because you're probably gonna just get burned. I have 10 calls at 100 today that expire today. I don't. They're still down like 10%. Yeah, I guess they could rug pull it. Although, nice morning. I guess it's not going to fill that downside gap anymore. Cat kind of just stable, a little up from where it hit in the pre-market, but still just chopping right above 110. Visa rocketing back up to 220. Apple had pretty decent earnings and I think added 90 billion to their share buyback program. Did you end up getting 100 shares of Amazon for free with those 5 puts? No. Close, but no. Because IV Crush fucked me. I glued my head to my shoulder. Why would you, how would you do that? Is it just everyone closing their positions outright at market open? Partially. It's also the market maker no longer pricing in volatility, right? Because so the market maker prices in volatility to protect themselves from whatever the stock is going to do during earnings, right? Because nobody fucking knows. And so they price in more and more volatility, especially depending on how much interest there is in those earnings, right? If the interests are really high earnings, they'll price in even more volatility, because they don't want to get burned on those contracts if the stock goes one way or the other. And then they simply stop pricing it in after earnings once they've confirmed, a direction. There's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it. Yeah, a lot of people are interested in this. I assume it's like a Wall Street bets play or something. I don't I don't see where the success for them in the streaming realm is. I can see them getting bought out for whatever. Actually, I don't even think they have any ownership of like rights, right? They just have to do individual rentals. Those aren't very popular. GameStop kind of still just stable. I mean, we're not pushing through 130.95, but we're also not falling like a rock. Uh Even the SPY, I mean, down 100 basis points overnight, but I don't know. We'll have to see how the market decides to absorb a massive loss on Amazon. I assume a more value investment. I mean, they're a hedge, though, right? So you're not considering the money lost, Herva. If I get called away today, I'll have made like $2,300 on the puts or assigned. And the premium on the puts was not cheap. Momentum play with 52% short interest and a lot of FTDs. 10 million shares available. I mean, it's interesting, I guess. You think this news is enough to squeeze out the shorts? It has no options. It's it's unlikely. Mm. Does BBY have positive or negative beta? I have no idea. Probably negative. Ooh, slightly. Do you think BBY will have one massive rip or slow climb throughout the year? I mean, both are possible. If big institutions keep selling out millions of shares at the peaks, then rips are going to be short-lived, right? But what's more important is the price it stabilizes at. We see this week what is most definitely institutional buying into 14.50, 15 and $16 calls. So, even though they got out, they're more than willing to get back in at 14 bucks. I mean, that's 100% on their position, right? If they sold at 28 in March. He told me options are fun. Nice. Will you tell Carl he's pretty? He's all right. Sort of timeline on a BBY rebound akin to GME, one after the RC buy-in. I mean, we already saw a spike for OPEX. I think and then we saw like Merrill go and sell 3.8 million shares. So I think any FTDs that we're piling up are going to be a little minimized. We have another spike in FTDs on BBBY today. I don't know how that's going to turn out, but they're there. It looks like it's climbing a bit. What happened to Docu? Um, it kind of just came down with everything else when the market started dropping. I'm sure some of the over short position still remains. If it can bounce, I don't think we're going to see it move higher than 93 right now. If it breaks that, I'll probably move back into like a long position again for that retest at, like 111 or at least 102. So Apple's doing good. Amazon's not really coming back. I What's on with XRT today? Not a lot. Snap up 3% today. VIX up to VXX. Oh, that's VX. I need to remove this if it's going to continue to not track. Sorry, I'm just catching up on chat now. I'm torn. How to feel about not getting assigned on certain CSPs. I wanted to get assigned on. My $32 CSPs on X. I made a few bucks, but I wish I owned the shares now. I know leave emotions at the door. I mean, that's the risk you take buying CSPs and not buying the stock directly. I mean, there are times when a stock drops, right, to a level where the only thing that makes sense is either buying it directly or buying, in the money CSPs to try to guarantee your assignment, right? Um, if a stock drops to like an all-time low and it's a stock that you're interested in being long in, just you can just buy it, right? Like you don't want to dick around and wait for, assignment or sell premium, right? Especially if it's like a momentary dip. Bad news or something like that it's probably going to quickly recover from. There's no way to tell how many MMFTDs are due today, is there? Not really. I mean, we can look at like net short volume and try to assume at least um, if the FTDs are primarily net short or net long, but that's about it. Intel earnings and how they relate or bode well for AMD. I mean, if AMD knocks it out of the park and Intel did poorly, then AMD is going to receive the majority of the interest that would have gone into Intel or that left Intel. They're in pretty direct competition with one another, especially if AMD's like database and like commercial server profits are higher than Intel's. That'd be huge. Tesla touched 920 today. And if the same amount of money is spent across the sector uh on buying those chips and Intel's down, that could be a very good sign for AMD. Tesla touched 920 today. It's looking okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna keep going up. Unfortunately, I closed out of my calls before market close yesterday, so I got stopped out when it started to dip into close, like right here. So I didn't want to carry them overnight. It was risky. I mean, I still think that was the correct choice. How weighted is Amazon and the QQQ and the SPY? Pretty heavily. The T-Doc impairment adjustment kind of seems like bullshit because it should have already been priced into the price of the stock. And I think that's why we're seeing it come up, well, fairly quickly from its lows yesterday. It hit 28. We're already back up at 35. Um, Seemed like bullshit, right? Pin the daily DD to chat. Oh shit. I forget to pin it. Yeah. How did you make out on Amazon? Like $2,300 over the losses on my CSPs minus taxes. It's gonna suck. But hey, I own a bunch of Amazon, or will probably. I don't think it's coming back up. Selling deep in the money CSP. The problem is the further into the money your CSPs get, the more in line it is with just buying the stock. Like the premium that you collect is more just in line with buying the stock at the price it's currently trading at, right? Higher delta values are more or more closely aligned with the current market price. Any idea what the volume for GME and BBY FTDs today are? I don't know about BBBY. The FTDs on BBBY are from that spike last Friday. So, you know, we may not see the volume from them until a little bit later in the day. For GameStop, these are just market maker FTDs from OPEX. I don't expect them to be as high in quantity as the ETF FTDs from the same time period, and we have to wait a couple more weeks for those. I really just hope that we have enough FTDs today that it'll stabilize our price action against the downturn in the market. You know, Amazon coming in with bad earnings is not good for GameStop. GameStop as a company that wants to move into e-commerce, I mean, Amazon kind of dictates the value of e-commerce, right? Do you think this is a good time to get into June? BBBY calls now that it appears to have confirmed a bottom, or would you wait? I think it's a decent time, but I don't like Junes. Why June? There's they're gonna expire before OPEX. Wouldn't you want wouldn't you want like August? August are better. August and Junes are both better. Or August and July, January's are both better. Sorry, I've had no coffee. Thank you, a user. But selling deep in the money CSP be alternative? Yeah, answered that. From a gamer's perspective, Intel era died a long time ago. People prefer way more AMD rather than Intel. Yeah. But I mean Intel never made the majority of its money on like personal computers, right? And so that's the market share that everyone's, been rooting for AMD to take over. Apple's weighted the most. Okay. Idea on the volume. I'm out of them. I'm out of the Amazon puts. What strike was your Amazon CSP? 2700. Well, it's not like something I wanted to buy, right? So it ties up a bunch of capital. Yeah, I know RP, but it's still the sentiment that's going to affect them. Amazon is down because GameStop stole a lot of their customers. There is a shift from e-commerce buying to people buying at brick and mortar stores. I don't know if it's, mask mandates being lifted or people, getting more boosters and feeling more comfortable in public spaces, but I mean there is a move back to however long it lasts, but to move back to, shopping at stores. Also, people from, if you look around, like, people are kind of getting fed up with, you know, getting shit products from Amazon that they have to go through the process of returning and getting another one of because it's been, opened or fucked with, or, they've gotten a fake item. Just so many things. And, those pile up over time. And every time that happens to a customer a bunch, the likelihood of that customer returning slims, right? How long does it take you to make a coffee with the equipment you bought this year? I don't know, like, if I'm really rushing it, like a minute. It takes about 17 seconds to grind the coffee, and then 25 to 30 seconds to brew it. I sold it in the money BBY puts at 24 when it was trading at 20. Do you think I'll get assigned? Yeah, I do. Lots of action on major ETFs. I'm seeing that. IWM's doing a thing. BBY isn't necessarily experiencing that thing, but there it is. Over the pants hand jobs for Amazon shares? No. Why didn't I close what before earnings? The CSP? I mean, I'm going to sell CCs until the split. And then I'll probably try to offload some of the shares post split because I don't want to own 2,000 fucking shares of Amazon. Not that I think it's a bad company, I just don't think it's going to perform all that well over the next couple years. And I'd rather not just hold it for that period of time. I have a Profitec Pro 600. People like the ability to buy online and get it today. That's true. But, I mean, I can already do that with Amazon in major cities, right? Like, I know in New York City I can get, Amazon shit delivered in like 5 hours if I order it in the morning. No WDT on the puck? Yeah, I do that. It only takes a couple seconds though. How far do you see T dot going today? I have no idea how much it's gonna run. Next, I mean, there isn't a lot of near term like local resistance in this price range. The last time it traded at these prices was, fucking years ago. So there's resistance at 50. There's Resistance at 42. 38. 38's a pretty big one. But these are from 2018. I don't know how applicable they're going to be in valuing the asset now. GameStop's just doing kind of okay. I'm okay with this. I mean, no volume and trading at 130 into close would be chef's kiss. I mean, we can already see signs of BBBY having higher than average FTDs today. This like slow climb into open, and then demand when liquidity hits the market. I mean, these are all indicative of like an upward move for FTDs, right? Because usually what'll happen is we'll see like a morning spike, and then a drop into the mid afternoon, and then a run up into close. We also see pressure on IWM, which BBY is in. Seeing a little of the same on GameStop, but with more volatility. You need an ECU for your car? Just get one at like AutoZone. Unless you need to like manually control your fuel air mixture. Theta decay, they're weeklies. So getting massively hit with theta decay today. If the price pops, then I'll be okay. But otherwise, no. Don't ask Moonwind what covered calls are safe. Jesus. It's 2,000 shares post split. It's a 20-to-1 split. Perva. I use put call ratio data to help you trade. I mean, higher put interest indicates that buyer or sellers are pushing for the downside, and higher call interest means that bulls are coming in. So you can use. I mean, it's not super reliable, but it's one of many indicators on which way the options chain is leaning. Didn't Moonwind just get assigned yesterday? I don't know. Did you? Yeah. Not very likely to get assigned $1 in the money a day before expiration. It can happen, but it's unlikely. But I do like to fuck with them. I'm probably just gonna get one from eBay and reflash it myself. But did you not get the joke ECU option spread? Because you gotta spread them cheeks. 1,500 plus for new ones. Bull. Where do institutions, hedge funds get their options pricing? CBOE. It's not a service you can buy. You have to have a broker's license. What's your T-Doc position? Shares or options? Options. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get. I bought CSPs, or well, sold CSPs and bought long calls. So I don't think I'm getting assigned on my CSPs. So I just have options, unfortunately. Yeah, you can get assigned a dollar on the money. It happens. It depends. It's, if it's Friday, it's more likely. Yeah, no problem, Cobra. T-Doc leaps or less money. It was gonna jump in 35 leaps. I have 35 for July, and then $40 leaps. Is retail, where's the best place to get real time closest to CBOE without a broker's license pricing for options? Your broker. Real time options data through your broker. I'm talking about I think they mean OPR data, like opera data. CBOE live feed, but those really aren't available anywhere. I mean, there's paid services that say they have live options data, but really they just have their own Black-Scholes model that tracks. And so their options data is still an estimate of the actual market price. I got assigned 57 cents in the money several weeks ago. You think AMD will go above 100 after earnings? I hope so. Moonwind into some 130 0DTE. I feel alive. Is your put hedge for CSPs both have the same strike price? If not, can you please share some insights on how you go about deciding which puts to get in relation to your CSPs? I don't think I used a lot of strategy. I just bought puts that were higher strike than my CSP, like long puts. And I bought them at a ratio where if they printed, they would help offset the cost. So I bought enough of them that they would offset the cost of assignment. Thoughts on AMD into and after earnings? I think AMD is fairly cheap right now still. I think their earnings could be decent, but who the fuck knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows the answer to earnings. Don't play earnings. It's a fool's errand. I don't know why I have to say this every day. Great time to buy 5 Amazon shares and sell CCs afterwards. I think we could still go down a little bit more. What's it hitting? 25.21. I mean, out here, there's a possibility it drops a little lower. 24.88, maybe 25. It's already at resistance right now, so this may be kind of the end of the drop, but you could probably wait a couple days and see if, there's more sell-offs. GameStop coming back down a little bit. Loose. But I didn't play Amazon earnings, right? I just hedged my position that I already had. There's a difference between trying to predict the direction of earnings and me spending some money on premium so I don't get fucked. Too greedy to wait for BBY to fall under 13. I mean, I don't know if it will. The market makers aren't really pricing in a move below like $14. As far as I know, the rad news yesterday was a 45-minute public audio chat in the morning. Listened to the last couple of minutes, didn't hear any numbers quoted. Just spoke about monetizing their data. Yeah, they said that they may have come in with too high of an offer, but that's what they're after. Is they're after Rite Aid's like user data. Yeah, I voted on I think most of my shares yesterday. Oh yeah, your guys, all the brokerages should be releasing like the proxy stuff. Okay, out of those. Um, Spy coming down pretty hard. Cat stable. Everything's just doing the same shit today. Is Rite Aid the company that gives super long receipts? No, that's CVS. Can you expand on this? Market makers aren't pricing in a move below 14. That means that, the puts, put cost and delta hedge drastically fall off below $14. We also have long interest coming in at 14.50, 15, and $16 on BBBY. Any idea when August options chain opens for GMA? It should be after May 20th. Like a couple days before or after expiration of the May 20 calls. You look at Kroger. What about it? And it kind of just fell to this resistance for now. I mean, this is part of like value stocks having money pulled back. So we saw value and commodities money got pulled back over the last like week or so. So it's a decent dip. I don't think it's gonna like fall back down to like below 50. If it does, awesome. I wouldn't trade Kroger. What's outside my window? X trying to shake people who bought in yesterday? I guess. Their earnings were solid. But also just people selling off after good earnings who bought in yesterday. It's not really trying to shake people. It's just people who bought in yesterday selling. How do you determine a good bid price for options? Like what you can use a Black-Scholes calculator if you want to, or just use whatever bid your broker gives you. I think Amazon could go below 2,400. Probably not. UNF. I don't think it's going to hit 200 anytime soon. What did they do? Uniform. Huh. I don't know. I guess if employment numbers start to tick up, that might be a good way to watch this. You ever buy GME puts? It seems reliable. Generally, no, but sometimes. The market dropped like pretty hard. What does it mean when it's below? It means the options market is pushing to the upside. So if the price and the price and gamma neutral are both trading below the current delta neutral, it means that the long side is pricing the stock higher than the short side, which usually leads to a bounce. BBBY not as influenced by its options chain as GameStop because it's more liquid. Are the money CC's safe for next week? I wouldn't say so. Sorry, just joining in. Baba position up 18%, thinking of cashing out. Any opinion on its 3 to 6 month target? No. Unreliable. But yeah, Baba's not something I would want to buy and hold, frankly. I don't trust the stability of the Chinese economy or the company enough. Nice, kind of huge. No, the CSP was like 60 days out. I bought far closer puts. I bought like 30 DTEs, well, roughly 30 DTE. I bought May 20th on the puts. There's no reason to buy all that theta if I'm just doing it for earnings. Despite continuing to fall off. Yeah, if everything's healthy, you'll see gamma maximum, gamma neutral, and delta neutral, right? And in a healthy options chain for a stock that's going to trade between those two ranges. When the price of the stock exceeds gamma maximum, it's likely to go down. When the price of the stock drops below delta neutral, it's likely to go up. That's the simplest explanation for it. But in this instance, we have with BBY, it's kind of weird because we have gamma maximum, right? And then we have, you know, gamma neutral coming down and delta neutral coming up. So I would say that this environment is fairly high pressure for a move to the upside. You can't. You can try to do it yourself. You can download the options chain data, I think, daily from CBOE. The other problem with our assessment of like um like the Greek averages is that it's still delayed. So we never have it intraday. We can only get it before market open. That's correct, Stefan. Cat trading flat on a down day. Do you see it pushing up anytime soon? I don't know. Just don't play cat on the short term. It can chop in a channel like 212 to 215 for quite some time. Couple weeks even. Yesterday's pre-market in the first 2 hours look very similar today for the SPY. We're in for another strong bounce today. I don't know about that. I mean, there was already a fear of carrying positions overnight, and I don't know if anyone's going to want to carry positions on the SPY over the weekend. Did you say that Intel is it's a buy and hold at these prices? I like the dividend and fundamentals, plus the government will likely subsidize the company as it builds out domestic manufacturing capacity. I agree. And I actually do like Intel. I just feel like it's too soon to buy into it. I feel like the price of Intel is likely going to spike. These prices are very good, by the way. This range, this like $43 range, is kind of its low. Um, and I expect to see a small surge like we saw here, because of the infrastructure bill and the increased manufacturing capacity that the government is subsidizing. Um, but that's going to take years. I think they're building their factory in Ohio. I mean, that's not going to be a quick process by any means. So sure, you could enter it now, but if we're facing a recession in the next few years, we could continue to see the price of this stock decline. And you could be buying in 10, $15 higher than its possible lows. So maybe considering like a cost basis average in this range, and then if it falls back to its like 20 towards its 2017 valuation, in this like $35 range, you still have some money to throw at it to average your costs down. But it's a long, I mean, I'm sure but it's a long play. This isn't going to be short term. And then the question is does AMD or Nvidia or ARM get out ahead of them while they're caught in the process of that? I wish I bought more T-Doc yesterday. So does everybody. It's like, the stock went up overnight or this morning. I really wish I owned more of it. Yeah. At least you have some, right? Isn't WeBull partnering to get live Greeks on options? Supposedly. They have what they say is live data, but it's really just their own data estimate right now. I think you can pay like $3 for or something. Any idea for stocks to place 1K into for potential gains within 3 months? Could wait till the market clambers back up and try to get like an in the money VIX or like UVXY or something like that. Those generally spike quarterly. Risky, but if you're gonna stay away from options, 3 month time frame, no. That's not like a real thing. Options are kind of the only way to build an account with any sort of speed. I mean, yes, but much higher risk, right? You can use margin too. Margin and any kind of leverage. I mean, the best thing about options with small accounts is that they settle the next day. Whereas, trades settle in T+2. And if you're using a cash account, that delays your trading. It means you can only trade like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? Whereas with options, you can trade all 5 days. Live OI is another. Yeah, it is unfortunate. I think on Webull, if you don't pay the $3, you have a 15-minute delay. Yeah, I think so. Although, to be fair, I don't think I've ever paid the $3. They give it to you for free all the time. Damn. Fucking morning's rally is a bull trap and a half. Um, I made 2,200% my first 4 months without options or margin. Did I know what I was doing? No. Do I still know what I'm doing? Do I still not know what I'm doing? Yes. Good job. Apologies. I need to make that Baba play quickly. I'm much appreciated. Doing all right, man. No need to apologize. Yeah, I think the espresso machine's pretty dialed in. Although I do want to switch the coffee. This one doesn't have it's like a dark roast and it doesn't have nearly enough fucking caffeine in it. Any fun plans for this weekend? No, I'm just working on the School of Stock video. I want to try to finish it if I can for covered calls, and then I have to do some errands, which I hope don't eat up too much of my time. I'm gonna try to get some of them done after the stream today. Errands. You not know what an errand is? Spy bouncing a little on 420, but not much. I mean, in terms of selling covered calls, GameStop, without a doubt, would return. Owning 100 GameStop would return more money over the course of a year than BBBY. Expiring today? Just buy these back. They're down like fucking percent. Forgot I even sold those. Eh. When is X gonna give it to me? Like a year? Yeah, I picked out a new one. I don't like it that much, but it's okay. Remember to tip your YouTuber. If you can afford to hold it, you're doing just fine. Haven't lost any money on it, technically. I mean, their earnings were really good. Uh, oh shit. Damn. This is getting slammed. Are they trying to get people to sell out of 0DTEs? The SPY has more stability. GME's actually doing okay, considering. Cat moving up a little bit. Tesla rebounding a tiny bit on Elon's promise not to sell anymore. BTU up 2% today. Still trading in the 1064 range. Gap. Oh. 911,000 shares available between IBKR and Fidelity. This morning, they borrowed fucking 500,000 shares from IBKR. But yeah, they're. I mean, we already know that they're trying to return shares to reduce the borrow rate, right? They slam it too hard, they're gonna run into my CSBs. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking of selling some 13s right now. $13.50s next week. What's the borrow rate at? Like 5-6% between both. 5.5, I think, on IBKR, 6.25 on Fidelity. Mentioned you should always have stops. My BBY August 30 sees still down more than 50% after averaging down yesterday. I still believe they'll work out. Am I just dumb and stubborn? No. I mean, I have August calls for BBY that are way down right now too. I mean, that's more when you're dealing with something long dated like that, you shouldn't be worried about necessarily short-term price action. Just because BBY is, down right now doesn't mean it's going to stay down. This isn't the first time it's dropped to these prices, and it still runs cyclically like GameStop, so I wouldn't be super concerned. I mean, we just saw a run to like 28. I mean, if you bought at the peak, that kind of sucks, but as long as you have time, I think you're going to be okay. It's a little a little early for entries, but it's also, you know, unpredictable with the potential bye bye baby split off or buyout. I mean, I still think unless a lot of put interest comes in, we're not going to see too much below 14. And a lot of this is just, active fund selling because the SPY dropped. The SPY dropped pretty fucking hard, right? I mean, lost over $5 today from its high. And, down $10 from yesterday. And this is a big fat red day. This is kind of what I was afraid of last night when I sold out of my calls. Most of my calls. I got burned on a few today, but BBY has dropped to 12, 13 multiple times after runs. This seems normal, right? I mean, it's not abnormal. We've seen this resistance before. It's abnormal since Cohen's buy-in for us to see. I mean, since Cohen's buy-in, the price of the stock basically went straight up, right? After the initial sell-off from, like, so when he bought in, we saw some volatility for a few days, and then we saw institutions sell off here, and then we saw March OPEX, but yeah, we're returning to the same range that he was buying in, between 12.50 and 13. Is there a boomer broker, i.e., super duper reliable, that has good options execution and interface? I don't want to use a ton of brokers. Currently, I'm using Fidelity. I mean, no. I guess Schwab's okay. I'd like to apologize in advance for the massive drop that is incoming on BBY due to my purchase today of August 20 Cs. Thanks, A user. If you lose confidence in your thesis, Chinese spaghetti-o. Remember, when you're that far dated, you can roll, you can average down. There's other options besides, you know, selling out of your position. And the reason you have that position is because you want exposure to anything that'll happen to the underlying during that time period. There will always be a perfect time to enter options, but the odds of you entering those options at that time are not the best. How do you feel about Oxy's current potential? I feel good about it. Why? I think we're gonna see another big spike in oil prices moving into the summer. I would wait. I'm not really interested in buying GameStop leaps right now. The way the market's trending and GameStop as well, and with the shares being returned, I think they're gonna try to push us real low. When's OPEX? We have May and June. I don't think we're gonna run much in May. Maybe a little bit, but June is more likely. Are you expecting something on BBY today? There's FTDs due on BBY today, but with the market sell off, I don't think we're gonna see price improvement. Earlier in the day, I mean, we saw active funds putting a little pressure on it when the market was climbing, and that was looking good. But then the market sell off came, and once those active funds stop putting pressure on the CNS, it's just gonna drive the price down. I think these prices are a good buy. If you're looking at shares, long dated options. I mean, if you're looking at long dated options, and since today's FTDs don't look like we're going to get much out of them due to the decline in the market, I would say, could probably wait a little while, closer to the time that we buy GameStop options. But if you want to sell like CSPs and try to get the stock super cheap, that's always a great idea, especially when it's kind of settled on this longer term resistance where it's trading out right now. I mean, this $14 resistance is pretty solid. Multiple tests of it back in October. October, yeah, October, July, Feb, even early March. Most interested in shares. Yeah, I mean, this is a relatively good price. This is even a long-term support here at like 13.26. So, well, you wouldn't expect us to fall back down into this range without some outside pressure. We are, so take advantage of it. And this is cheaper than Cohen's buy-in, so think about that. Are BB leaps good to enter here? How far out would you look? I'm only buying calls for BBY in August and January. I have both. I have not as many August, but I have a lot of Januaries right now. I sold a bunch of August calls on the run in March. So I'm rebuilding those kind of slowly. I've picked up some 20s since we're trading so low, but I'd like to get cheaper ones if I can. But I think I'll wait till we start to see at least a little bit of a turnaround here at this resistance. Um, I guess it's scary because there's the buyout potential on the horizon for Bye Bye Baby, but which could cause volatility and a strong spike to the upside. But I'm not going to base my entry off of that, right? So like I'll just look for like some stabilization in this range. And if I start to see some stabilization, I'll start to consider, buying some more August calls. I don't mind buying January calls at these prices at all. Like the cost for theta is not that crazy. Is it possible Cohen increases his stake if it keeps dropping? Possibly. But I don't think he wants like a majority like a I don't think he wants that large of a shareholding. I think he wants to stay under 10%. What's your insight on BBY? No problem. I mean, this isn't going to be much different than GameStop, and we were hoping for a compounding of FTDs, but we were also still looking to see if this was going to be more like Cohen's GME buy-in in August of 2020 or his buy-in in December. And I think we'll need to wait a little longer to see bigger effects, but I think they're still possible. Unfortunately, big institutions sold out on both of the runs, upwards of $30. So like, or upwards of 28, I guess. They sold off on this and on this one. And that relieved a lot of the FTD pressure, but not the ETF FTD pressure. So we'll see how that plays out. I still expect it to run on OPEC cycles, and it's cheaper than GameStop. So those are bonuses. And people don't have the same weird emotional attachment to BBBY that we have with GameStop. So I think people will be better at taking profits here and increasing the size of their position. I also think the company is drastically undervalued. Is 213.50 a resistance for cat? There's one at 213 or 214 and one at 212.50. Is it possible Cohen increases his stake if BBY keeps dropping? I mean, sure, he could. Is it possible RC panic sells? I doubt it. Do you ever sell at a loss to buy in lower and reposition? Yes. Specifically if like I expect something to test a resistance and it fails that test and I get stopped out, and I buy back in lower and try it again. a good time to sell GME CCs for 1 week out. How far out of the money would you stay? I don't know if I'm going to sell any GME CCs today. I might wait till next Tuesday. I don't really like prices on these, but I would stay above that 140 resistance and above, gamma neutral, which is at 130.40. Um, and to avoid risk of assignment, I'd want to be above 140.41. They're not super great. They're only like $200 a contract right now, but it's not bad. I mean, it's just next Friday. I think he's talking about BBBY, not GameStop. My mom's financial advisor just said what you said about shifting to value stocks during market choppiness and being more cash heavy. That's some pretty basic shit, so yeah. BBY, $20 end of day. I'm calling it now with very little evidence besides pure copium. Anything under 22 still is a good buy. They have $8 billion in revenue yearly and almost as much in like physical assets. Jamie Rocketman. If you're not willing to lose 50% of the value in the stock that you bought into, you're not really long on it. Where some see decreased price, others see increased opportunity. So, for me, BBY trading at, $14 is just a huge opportunity to get it cheaper. Do I think they're like they have GameStop levels of potential? No, but they do have unseen value. And do you think DFE would have, bought GameStop at 8 and 3? Yeah. I mean, his $15 calls were when he was buying them were like fucking 5x out of the money. It is interesting. RC bought leaps at what, 65, 70, 80? Yeah. I mean, if they can shed their debt, continue their current revenue projections, right? Um, and improve their online sales a bit, the company's worth like $115 a share. Even on the low end, you would say like that's optimistic, but even on the low end, you would say 70 or 80. And everyone's kind of shitting on them for carrying lower end products at a cheaper price point. But at the same time, we're about to run into a recession, no matter how soft the landing is from the Fed. The economy is not bouncing back in the next 5 years. I agree. GME is a better play, but that's because GME has far more potential than BBBY does, right? That doesn't mean BBBY isn't undervalued. And GameStop right now at these prices is pretty fairly valued. It's just that the future potential of GameStop is far greater. GameStop has exposure to revenue that BBBY just does not, especially with the NFT marketplace. I mean, if that can generate a billion in its first year, and the e-commerce side is far more fleshed out on GME. Although BBBY has the infrastructure for e-commerce, that GameStop does not. So I mean, I wouldn't really compare the two. They're not really. I mean, they're similar sectors, but not really the same customer base. What is the BBY buyout conversation happening? I'm not sure. I mean, it'll happen independently of us, right? With the board, and it's the Bye Bye Baby buyout. They're not. I don't think they're interested in buying out Bed Bath and Beyond. They still have heavy debt. Yeah. Do you find it better, same, or worse to make money in a bear market versus a bull? It's about the same. It's more volatile, but you do get a lot of you get a lot of in bear markets. You get a lot of rebounds, which can be very profitable. So you get stocks that are highly valued that will drop because the fear of bad news is greater, and they'll drop below a fair price, and you'll see rebounds back to that fair price in a bear market, um which opens up a lot of opportunity. I mean, you have to play things a little differently in a bear market. You have to be more careful about leaving positions overnight and stuff like that. But for in and out plays, I mean, it's the same. I don't know if the crash is inevitable. I mean, the Fed's doing everything they can to prevent one. I don't expect a drop in the SPY for the next 5 years. If the SPY drops, it's going to probably correct relatively hard and then bounce back slowly. Bear markets don't last generally 5 years. When the price runs, do you sell your deep and the money calls last? Usually, yeah. On the last run up, I exercised some. What I could afford to. I didn't have a lot of out of the money calls. I know about Shopify. I don't like precious metals. Silver is always on weird squeeze cycles and fucking I just don't like buying gold. There's still going to be a bullwhip effect on inflation, and you know, it's still transitory. Yeah, like 1 to 2 years tops. Do you like pedestrian metals? Yeah, silver and gold are highly manipulated, controlled markets. Interestingly, the same the same manipulation used um, in the precious metal markets are similar to what's being used on GameStop now. What strike is safe for next week? Consider, you know, when you're selling options, you know, this is August calls on BBBY hypothesized to capture the OPEX run. Yeah, and then also gives you exposure in case the baby buyout occurs. Oil looking like it wants to move higher. Could be could Monday be oil day round 3? I hope so. I've missed a full month of stream. What's happening? Are we rich yet? No, price is still going down. Is a bye bye baby buyout good for BBBY? Yeah, because they can pay off their long term debt. Up 117% on cat from yesterday. Nice, dude. The stock continues to fund and enable my horrible Baba and MOS plays. Our 220's chasing right now. It's breaking up above 215, so I would say no. I'm out for the spy just laughing, watching people sell weeklies. I feel emotionally toyed with. I notice you always read messages that are directly before or after mine. It's clearly meant to indirectly insult me, and I'm just letting you know that I'm onto you. Okay, thanks, Korg. What do you think about Target? I want to re-enter it, but I don't know when it's going to find its bottom here. I feel like it may turn around here in like the 235 range, but there's room for it to drop. Like it could easily drop back down to 225. In which case this would be a terrible entry, right? So I'm gonna wait on it a little bit and see if it kind of if we kind of just get like a bump and run here, and I can confirm a bit of a reversal. Maybe because we do have like a longer term trend right here. So I'd be looking down in like the 230 range, maybe in a few days. But I am gonna try to play the turnaround on this. The last run was really, really profitable, so. Hood is trash. Yeah, but everyone's always known that. Chevron crushed earnings. I mean, I would have to see their earnings. Mm, yeah, it doesn't look like they crushed earnings at all. They came in 0.05 per 1.51% below estimates. Slight miss, but an improvement over the previous quarter. I'd imagine their next quarter earnings will be very good. Rumor Papa Elon buying Hood. Are we starting that rumor? Or is that like an actual rumor? What do you think of buying BBY to sell 2 CCs near the money to collect big premiums and lower my $416.95 cost basis? Thoughts on this strategy? It's a strategy. Any advice on what to do with my SST 200 shares at 25? Just tired of the reminder of my account. Cut bait or put tape on my screen. Thanks for your wisdom. It's up to you. I mean, there's still potential for SST to do a thing, but it may not. So, you know, you can cut your losses or don't. It's been doing some kind of spicy shit in the after hours the last few days. So maybe just watch it. If you have shares, you might be able to get out on one of the bumps in after hours and limit your losses a bit, which could be good, especially if it's like $1 over cost basis or $1 over the current trading price at like 14. So I think the last couple days it ran a little bit overnight, right? Yeah, it hit like 1550 here. It's not that it's necessarily going to do anything, and I don't think they've released any of their shares. There's some liquidation, but not a sufficient amount. I'm still just holding my calls into the dirt. I don't really care what happens to them at this point. I'd fucking laugh my ass off if it runs on OPEX. You know what Target's real estate holdings are worth? Not off the top of my head, no. Elon using Tesla shares as collateral while it's highly overvalued to buy out other companies. Yeah. We're going to see that from all of the big, like all, right? Things are cheaper. So we're going to see consolidation of wealth and interest, like power, right? As things in the market are trading significantly below their valuation, we're going to see companies like Facebook, Google, Apple, Amazon, Tesla going out and acquiring other companies because now's the time to do it. And we'll see that all through any stagnant or bear market. That's what they sit on all that cash for, right? You sit on all that cash until you have an opportunity to deploy it. I don't know about a great business model or a bright future, but I don't think it has necessarily either of those things. If cat pushes through 217.50, is 220 the next resistance? Yeah. It's not the one above that isn't 225 though. It's like 220.26, and then hold on, I gotta look at my long-term chart for cat. And then after that you're looking at like, if it can cross 220, the next resistance is at like 2 227, if I remember correctly. There's a midpoint resistance just south of like 230, but it's on the higher end. And they're all declining, so it could be like 226-ish now. I have to redraw it, I think. Or maybe I have it. Oh, because I have this on ranking. 1 second. This is the 4 hour. So a little bit of resistance at 219.75, which is really that 220 resistance. And then above that, 222.30. And then we'll be looking at 222, let's see, 2 days, 223.16. And then 225.90, 220, 225.91, 226 right there is the next stop on the way up. Above that it gets kind of wonky. There is resistance at 229. After that breakout, it's hard to say because there's nothing. There's like no historical resistance till you go back to June of last year. Also, construction goes up in the summer, so cat has it's slightly cyclical because of that. So 222, 225, 226, and then 220, 229 are the next three to the upside. AMC doesn't even have a gold mine. I don't I don't know if HYMC has any actual mines. At best, they're out there like panning for fucking gold and a sewer treatment plant. It's one trade. Got a new job and actually have to work now. What's the best way to keep up with your rants on the market in general? Clips, daily DDs. I mean, daily DDs and the clips should be fine, Steve. I'm glad you got a new job, man. But I mean, anything important for the near term, I'll be updating in both of those places, right? Thanks, WM. I've been trying to do them every day, if I remember. Fuck, man. How many more days are we going to trade in this stupid fucking channel? Maybe it really is our floor. Maybe we finally found it. And I should just be selling shitloads of CSPs at 120. I don't know. Cat getting rejected at 1750? A little bit. I mean, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of 2008, but a different kind of real estate crash. Those wrap up videos different? No, they're just I just clip the like right after market wrap up that I've been doing. For people because a lot of people are returning to work right now. And so a lot of people were DMing me asking me if I could do like a recap at the end of the day so they still know what's going on. Although I feel like most of the people in here are still already at work. I got a new job too, selling CCs and CSPs. Thanks, Kirk. No problem, dude. So GFound, I want some exposure to May because I think they'll blow off some steam in May. I don't think we're gonna see like a full run, but I think we're gonna see some pressure get relieved from the positions that they are entering in order to return shares. I don't think we'll see like a full OPEX run, but I think we might see like a 10-15% price increase for a couple days, at least leading into the May OPEX. And then yeah, I plan to load up like early June or late May, wherever we find like a true bottom. But this may be the bottom for now. I mean, we are finding a lot of support in this range. But I'm not buying any options anytime soon. Not long options. Selling options. 1 second, guys. Yeah, everyone should be getting their proxies right now from their brokers. You miss the inherent inaccuracy of the Mississippi as a unit of time measure. Smart money gets skittish about the sector. How cheap do you see the stock getting? I mean, still 85 and that like really, really old resistance back at what was this, like 70, 75, 75, 76. And potentially it could fall back into that range from like early 2020. I don't think so, but it could. I don't think smart money is going to get skittish about the sector though. The existence of companies like AMD, Intel, Nvidia, um, TSM is essential to the function of basically everything. So it's not like they're ever going to go out of business, right? It's just one doing better than the other is all that really happens. I mean, I can update GameStop, I guess. There was a chance that we dropped harder. A lot of other things did. If we don't vote, it counts as a default vote in favor of the split, right? Yeah. Everyone, don't forget to vote in the proxy vote. It basically means nothing, but it's one of the few ways for individual investors to exercise their rights as a shareholder. I mean, I'll be honest. I voted for the compensation package, but I don't agree with it. I don't think they need additional compensation given that they haven't announced anything for a fucking year. I feel like it's a fair point. Like, bring the stock price up and then we can talk about additional compensation. But I still voted for it because I really don't give a shit. But little, I don't know, a little hypocritical in a way. Like, you can't go call out BBBY for having their execs being overpaid and then kind of overpaying your execs a little bit. And if they were more transparent, I don't give a shit what he tells Wall Street, but I would like some additional transparency to the shareholders. Like, I understand keeping everything under wraps, but how often do you take volatility crash into consideration when buying options? It really only affects earnings most of the time. Or if you're chasing a big run, but I mean, if you're doing that, you're just scalping it, right? Like, you're not going to stay in the position long enough to see IV crash. I take volatility like IV into account when buying options, though. Isn't the SS thing, we don't want him being transparent to hide what Cohen is doing? Absolutely mental gymnastics. Yeah, because they want the price of the stock to go up, right? I had similar thoughts and voted yes mainly based on their launch by end of quarter 2 thing and the split inherent since I view it as a good move. Overall, I agree. I wasn't totally happy voting yes. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, how I feel about it. Like, I agree with it for now, but barely. Can you show us your trading desk? I have before. Thanks for the tip to wait for the GFS dip. I got it down at 50, now at 55. I should have waited on my Amazon put. It's now worth 150. I'm happy for the 150%, but still. I think I've posted pictures of my set. Like, you're talking about like my setup, like where I stream from. I've posted pictures of it on the Discord before, I think. I don't think his far out of the money calls are there to capture game like BBBY price improvement in those ranges. I think he thought he could trigger a squeeze a little bit, um, and the institutions kind of bailed on him. Um, but it's fine. I mean, the FTDs are still going to build and compound, right? And there'll still be OPEX obligations, but I think he bought those to just buy an ownership stake at a cheaper price. I didn't cancel MOASS. So if you have 100 shares and you sell a cover call and that person exercises, are you just out of those 100 shares? Are you betting they won't exercise or they'll expire worthless? I mean, your bet should be that the call expires worthless. But I mean, even if you're out of those 100 shares, you're still compensated for them. set up monitors. I just have two side by side curved like 32-inch monitors. So it's just kind of like a wraparound. Looks like they're mandating automatic enrollment into employer 401k. Interesting. Is buying 100 shares and selling it in the money CC functionally the same as a CSP, except it would create liquidity? No. If, well, I mean, in the amount of capital deployed, sure. So the play is to sell them close enough to the money that people will want to buy them. I mean, you always have a buyer because the market maker will buy them. They use them as a hedge, right? So it doesn't really matter where you sell them, you'll have a buyer. The idea is to capture as much premium as possible without getting assigned. Do you think the extra comp for executives could be based on confidence from internal projections on growth via marketplace drops, partnerships, etc.? It could be bullish. I mean, it could be, but they were paid a lot to begin with, and we've gotten nothing. So I understand that they're doing things internally and they have internal projections for growth, but I don't know those, right? Those aren't being disclosed to me. So I can make a better assessment of if I think they deserve to be paid more, right? Oh, yeah, ask because CSPs are not allowed in Canadian retirement accounts. Okay. Functionally similar, sure. Risky though, and you could end up with a lot of just like turnover in the shares because if the price doesn't move, then you're just selling them. I mean, I guess you're still harvesting premium to some degree, but you're buying and selling them a lot. Yeah, you just don't need 50 monitors. If you're focusing on that many trades, you're probably not trading very well. I've for the life of me never understood. I've been at like institutional trading desks that have like 32 monitors, and no one's using them all. They're trading one thing, maybe two. They're not using all 32 monitors. Yeah, more monitors cost more money. It's reported SI is 70%. Do you expect any movement? Eventually, yeah. Primary downside of bypassing CSPs using in the money CCs is it would create liquidity to clear FTDs. Barely. I mean, not a lot of people are going to be doing that, right? It's pretty specific to your situation. So having more monitors won't make me better at trading? No. My I've told you guys about my friend that like just trades the SPY, right? He just trades like volume backed VWAP crossovers on the SPY all day. He just trades on his cell phone. He doesn't use like a multi-monitor setup or have like a trading desk in his house. He just lays on his fucking couch like the fat piece of shit that he is, and trades fucking the SPY all day while watching rom-coms on Netflix. Misunderstandings like this happen when you don't work 9 to 5. See, managers deem how busy and important you are based on how many monitors are in front of you, not what you do. All my jobs I've ever had, I just made friends with all my managers and hung out with them until they promoted me. I didn't actually do any work. I just made it seem like I was doing a lot of work and I was indispensable to them. Do you use hotkeys when day trading? Yeah. Any tax advantage to holding losses long term versus short term? I mean, yeah, because long term capital gains. Losses are losses, though. So, I mean, I don't know. It depends. Do you want to carry the losses over to the next year? Then you would want to hold them. I'm not a fucking accountant, though. So you start getting into tax stuff and you're asking the wrong guy. My accountant hates me with a passion. I just hand him like I print out all my brokerage statements and then I wad them up into balls and bring them to his house in a trash bag. I could just leave them in a neat pile and staple them, but why would I do that? Macro, same like hotkey. Can be, yeah. You'd think I'm lying about it, but I'm not. I handed my dissertation for my master's degree next week, but it's only 50% done, and I can't stop participating in your Discord. Do you want me to ban you for like a week, Natty? I can time you out for a week if that'll help you. I can't time you out from any other Discords, which you'll then just go and participate in, but giving hickeys to monkeys? LOL. Market Watch has SST float at 6 million. So the 4 million shorts are a crazy number. Yeah, I don't think it's the float's that high. I did something similar. I made my boss my grandpa, and we never talk because he's in the same state. You may be the mod of the Discord and Supreme Pontiff of miserable trading results. No. Why doesn't your accountant fire you? Because we've been friends forever. Any difference between Charmin and generic toilet paper brands? I mean, I don't like Charmin. I, I can't do it. It's so powdery. Why do you want your ass covered in like little sticky bits of paper? Just use a bidet. I hear Apple's gonna start making one. How's next week look for FTD covers? Calendar Math says there should be a little volume early, but I'm no professional. It doesn't look bad. I'm gonna map out the GameStop FTDs this weekend, and I'll put a chart up in Discord and on the subreddit for everybody. You had a Darth Vader stream card yet? With your lightsaber being your vape. When on audio, your vape sounds like Vader noises. Interesting. Huh. You got a bidet yesterday? Congrats. I mean, smart toilets are insane. If I didn't live in an apartment, I would buy one. Welcome to the dark side. Are we the Empire? Hold on. Super Stonk are the Jedi? I mean, they're kind of like religious zealots, right? They bring balance to our degenerate options plays by DRSing their shares and driving volatility, though. I don't have a neck beard. I cleaned it up. The pickles are like the Mandalorians. Okay. Nice, Mr. Poopy Pads. They believe the Force is with him and that RC carries a lightsaber, so yeah. Right? I think we need a Mandalorian stream card. This is all this is telling me. The dance of the Jawas. Accurate. Riding around in dumpsters, selling their wares. Is Tesla dead? Sort of. It looks like it's gonna maybe consolidate here on like 190. Spy looks a little dead. It's not gonna have a good Monday. Now I'm picturing a Jawa Dan job with all the chattering and the robe getting in the way. I think there's a small contingent of people who've picked up on the fact that I'm moderately decent at tracking Tesla's price movement, and they're trying to take advantage of that. Which means I'll just go back to my previous stance of not talking about Tesla at all. I mean, I've made way more money on Tesla than Matt Kors. Considering I'm pretty sure that his investment into Tesla is red, like $100,000 at this point. You talk about Tesla on members only? If people ask about it. $100K may be an understatement. He's lost at least half of his super chat donations on Tesla calls and puts. I don't know why, but he always buys them at the peak and the bottom of every run, betting on the wrong direction. Use my CCs on AMC to purchase a bunch of BBY 18 August calls. Dear God, please let me be assigned. Matt Kors, same like Kramer. I mean, he just YOLOs into options plays based on that shitty options picker that he promotes. Which is like chasing, but slightly in advance. Like if you're like, oh look, fucking $50 million came in on this strike. I'm gonna buy some. Like you're in late. It's 6.95 once, right? Not per stock. If you buy 100 shares, you only get charged $7 once. They probably closed them when they announced the merger, Bart. You know why option strat shows delta as whole numbers? No? What? Doesn't even show delta. We just sold a shitload of puts on SST. $20 puts. Interesting. A person has 10% of their port in higher risk stuff. If they lose it all, what's the strategy for building it back up? Usually selling like covered calls and stuff on longer term positions and using that to using that money to fund, instead of putting that money back into those long positions, you would use it to refund the higher risk part of your portfolio. X have support in the 30, 30, 50 range. A little bit. I think this is just some profit taking post earnings. Earnings were good. Yeah, there's support in the $30 range. Not a ton of it, but a little bit. Ooh. Hmm. Here. Cat rejected a little bit at 217. It's not paying attention to that. On options chart, you can slide the net credit line left and right, and the Greeks come up. Oh, okay. Yeah, you just divide by 100. Thanks, Cody Blakely. Do you think that Netflix bounce 30 or 40 or more in the next couple of months or continue its downward trend? I mean, the problem with buying, if Netflix is being valued not as a growth stock, but as a value stock, the problem is, it may not meet those expectations, right? Until they start to show growth again, which could be some time. I think some of the things they're announcing aren't in their best interests, and I don't think they'll deploy them well. So do with that what you will. Your favorite novel? Hmm. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. What genre? I currently have nothing to say, but here's $10. Thanks, kinda huge. I appreciate it, dude. I think if I get assigned and sell full port worth of CSP on GME, it would show on options trackers. Probably. I don't know if I've ever read a book in the sci romance genre. Adult romance, Great Expectations. What's your favorite cooking show? I don't really watch a lot of them. I used to like Alton Brown's show a lot. Technical analysis of the financial markets is not a novel. Oh, I was supposed to order food. Hold on. I want to order a pizza and eat it. Yeah, today's a boring day. Actually, the other day, you say, what else would I do with a pizza besides eat it? But the other day, I ordered a pizza and I forgot that I ordered it. And then I left it in my kitchen for like 3 days. And then I found it and I was like, oh, I remember buying this. That's the whole story. I know it's not very interesting, but I thought I'd share it all the same. You should write novels. I know. Technical Analysis is a nonfiction mystery novel. Defara's greater than John's of Bleecker Street. I don't actually like either one of them that much. Defara's is better, but neither are my favorites. I like Scars and Lit Industry the best out of what's currently available in the city. I don't like John's at all. Defara's is decent, but it's not as good as it used to be when I was younger. Prince Street Pizza's alright. The pepperoni one, their slices are okay too. Not as good, but the problem is, like, when you eat the pepperoni one, you just get meat sweats and heartburn. It was on the counter. I just don't go in my kitchen a lot. Are you familiar with Sure Trader? No. So you misplaced in plain sight the only thing you were going to eat that day. No, the same day I ordered food. So I ordered food during the stream, and then, like, something was happening. I had options or something. So I came back really quick. Like, I put it on the counter and I came back. And then when the stream was over, I was just, like, doing shit at my computer and I ordered more food, which I then ate. And I just forgot that I ordered the pizza entirely. It did not smell good. It had sausage on it. No, I keep my house clean. Rude. I don't drink fucking Mountain Dew. The only things I drink are artisan sodas, espresso, and water. And not too many artisan sodas. I just have a massive case of them that I drink occasionally. I have whiskey, but I don't drink it very often. Like, very rarely do I drink. The fuck is an artisan soda? I don't know. My buddy gave me like some sort of gift pack of artisan sodas. They have like fancy ingredients in them. I'm not an anti-marijuana zealot. I don't care if people smoke. I just don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like being around high people, which is ironic. But does he think you love fancy soda? I guess. Crazy coffee craze, cold espresso mixed with orange juice. So you can just melt your teeth. I'm not. For Loco, it's not artisan anything. For Loco is the same like 20 minutes to expiry call options. It's just peak degeneracy. I don't know, like I have a bottle of it over here somewhere that I didn't drink. Second. This one is a dill and cucumber soda with a hint of lemon peel. And then there's a blood orange and rosemary, which sounds fucking disgusting. It does sound disgusting. I don't drink most of these. I don't know. He gets them from some buddy of his who's like out on Long Island. So they just have Sharpie written on the bottles. I don't know if it's like a brand name. His friend just like makes them. I think he's like trying to turn it into a business. They're not ultra sweet. They're a little sweet. Send them to me, I'll drink them. Mashed potatoes and gravy soda? That's fucking disgusting. That sounds like a garage startup that will promote themselves on TikTok. Kind of. Do you remember how much assets BBY had? They have like 7.6 billion in assets. Yusuf. They also have like a decent chunk of cash on hand and very good revenue. Which date do you think OPEX will happen? Most likely May or June? I think June is more likely. Are there any stocks that you don't really trade and just hold long term? Yeah. GameStop. So are those 1.5, 2.5% days normal? Expecting a downturn next week, or has SPY found a floor? I'm hoping it finds a floor at 420. If it starts to slip below that, it's gonna get like hard. It's gonna get rough. It's not pickle flavored. I tried one before and spat it out. It was disgusting, but it tastes like sweet cucumber water with some dill in it. It's fucking awful. He makes like a spiced root beer that's kind of tolerable, and then like a cola nut soda that's not the worst thing I've ever tasted. There's a lavender one, like lavender and peach, that's kind of good. I mixed it with some vodka one day and it was tolerable. What's the worst thing you've ever tasted? It's tough. One time I got like food from this Chinese place that I hadn't been to before, and like a piece of the beef was like rancid, like rotten, and I accidentally ate it. Like, well, bit it. That was pretty bad. That made me throw up. Like just the taste made me throw up. Oh, I forgot to order my pizza. What do I want to put on it? Pesto? Pesto sounds interesting. I do like pesto and ricotta. Did you throw up on the spot or you made it to the bathroom? I made it to the bathroom, but like you know that like you're gonna puke feeling that you get like right before you're gonna puke? Where it feels like something's drastically wrong with the back of your tongue. Yeah, you start over salivating. But like that like feeling you get right before you start dry heaving, that happened almost instantaneously. I didn't get sick, luckily. So not as bad as actual food poisoning, which given the amount I eat out, I probably get more often than I should. That's the feeling I got when I bought Palantir Leaps. I didn't swallow it. I spit it out immediately. Hot peppers. Any stocks looking to have a high price movement in the second half of the day? Feeling degenerate. Also, I suggest Gorgonzola and Pancetta. Yeah, those aren't options here. They have more basic shit. I'm thinking I'm going to do broccoli. We'll just do broccoli. Broccoli, garlic, sausage. Maybe. Broccoli and mushroom? High price movement, second half of the day. Spy might sell off into close. Chinese food can give you IBS. Careful. I don't know if that's how that works. Broccoli on pizza? Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking broccoli with ricotta and maybe garlic. Favorite offal meat? I fucking love steak and kidney pie. I don't like liver very much. They just cut the florets off. They don't, it's not like just a fucking chunk of broccoli. Broccoli on pizza is amazing, by the way. I've had liver made properly. I still don't like it. Connecticut New Haven style is better than New York style. You can fight me on that. I don't need to. It's not. It's like floppy and weird, and you guys don't know how to cut a fucking pizza properly. There's like, ah, I'm just gonna fucking cut it in whatever direction I end up doing it in. Like you can't, if you can't pick up the slice, you've, what the fuck? And you can't. If you try to pick up a slice from like Pepe's or Sally's, all the shit just falls off of it. And then the pizza's too thin to absorb any moisture. So if you put basically any fucking toppings on it besides some tomatoes, it just falls apart. It's a goddamn mess, all right? Also, it tastes like you cooked it in the bottom of your barbecue, which is disgusting. Like you just like threw the fucking dough on the coals because they don't ever clean their ovens properly. I had it one time and it was really, really fucking good, and every other time I've had it, it sucked. Counter argument? Let's go. Broccoli on white pizza is slamming. I think the biggest problem with New York pizza is that it's inconsistent. It's not good everywhere. Most places aren't good. The vast majority of pizza places suck. It used to be more consistent across the board, but that is not the case anymore. I don't like sweetbreads that much. I've had them a couple times and they're okay. They're just weird, like I don't like oysters either. I don't want to eat a fucking sinus infection. I also don't like uni. Not every place is Sabaras. David Garcia. Just want you to know you're appreciated. Remember that the world is a better place because you're in it. Cheers. Thanks, man. Sweet and sour. My broccoli on pizza. I'll have to see if they can fit it inside my deep dish pizza. Might not be enough room considering all the delicious tomato chunks and cheese. Easily the best style of pizza, and I won't fight you over it, but would argue it. Have a blessed day. Thanks, sweet and sour. I'm not deep dish pizza. It's just the fucking like flat pizzas they sell in Chicago are better. Like the regular ones. Like the pan or whatever it is. I don't know what the fuck that. Ryan, welcome back to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. You should be re-added automatically. Thank you so much, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the VY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe, motherfucker.
Buffalo, New York has the best pizza of all time. Ah. What's up, Bronze Trash Can? Formerly known as Danimals. Drinkable yogurt. Yogurt. Oh, you're fucking just disgusting. What is that? It looks like white bread with shit on it. And some parsley. Modern pizza is not better than New York pizza. I think it's the best one in New Haven. No, I'm not fucking jealous. Why would I be jealous of that? I feel sorry for you that you're eating that. That looks fucking disgusting. I think MM student will keep GME option prices high today. They're asking my CCs have been stuck at the same price for like $3 of price decline now. Yeah, I noticed that too. The cover calls I sold last week are just now falling under like $1. They stayed stagnant at like 150 for fucking like $10 of declining price action. When we fail phase D, how far do you think we'll go? I mean, they have plenty of time to get GME to 80 again, right? They do. We have more resistance to the downside. Um, but we also need to close under the channel, right? But yeah, I think we have pretty good support around 113, 107, and then 100. So it could be quite difficult to drive the price down far enough. And the fact that they might be pushing a little bit now leads me to believe that we'll see some price improvement in early March from whatever our low is. Or early May, sorry. Parsley? How did I say it weird? Parsley? You could say parsley. You show the stream Moonwind's disgusting meal? I don't want to do that to people. This looks foul. It doesn't even look like it's fully cooked. You know what? I will. I don't think it's his meal. He just stole it off some fucking website. Why do I fall for degenerate plays after actually doing well trading like a non-degenerate? I don't know. You haven't learned your lesson yet? I've never been to Zapardi's. I've been to modern Pepe's and Sally's. Didn't say someone say 1 million shares were borrowed in pre-market? It wasn't 1 million. It was like 500,000. When I end up losing the shares within the money CCs, it's the idea that you're collecting the premium right away that you would have collected by selling cash secure put, and then if the price drops, you're not assigned, right? So you get the lower advantage of the lower cost basis immediately. It's not a great way to do it, but I guess if you're not allowed to sell CSPs, it's a way to do it. Another round of Putin's bad behavior is due. Yeah, didn't he shoot a fucking missile at Kiev yesterday? I don't say Basil. I mean, I do, but just to fuck with people. What was I timed out for? Speaking truth to pineapple hate? When somehow you encompass almost everything I hate. Don't try to give him fucking ammo. Bruce Lee. What? Usually what obligations they have coming up and when. It seems like the amount of FTDs coming due this cycle is far less than other cycles, leading to a smaller coming run up. That's not necessarily true. They just haven't created a lot of I mean, they created a lot of FTDs on the run, but those are going to be in ETF, so we're not going to see those till a couple weeks from now. We stop trading after MOASS and retire. That was the plan. I mean, not retire, like keep making money, but different ways. More exploitative ways that lead to greater profits. No, not child labor. Just like, investing in companies before they go public and stuff, and then letting everybody else bag hold my shares. Just bought the entire float of BBBI. Watch it go down now. Crime. You could gander at Amazon next support. It might fall all the way back to 2400. Kind of looks like it will. I mean, there's support at 2450 and 2470 also. Yay. This isn't a new low, right? This is still. Yeah, we're still above yesterday's low. Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to hold over the weekend. Did you make Monster Bank with your Amazon puts? No, because I'm gonna get it assigned on my cash secured put. So I made a little bit of money and got some, well, if I sell them, free shares of Amazon. Cat heading to 212. Probably a little sell-off into the weekend. Along with everything else. I hope Home Depot hits 300 again today. Visa's already looking kind of promising. I wonder if I should just buy back into this on Monday. Cut the loss. Ah, but it's gonna fucking run overnight. I'll just hold it. Because I have a hedge on it, sort of. Snapchat just outperforming everything today. Up. Same like VIX. Fuck, they didn't even have bad earnings. It's rough. What's the strike on your Amazon CSP? It was 2,700. Well, is still, but as of market close tonight, it will be. Without a doubt exercised. Do you think it will come back up over 3,000? I don't know. It's going to split, so that'll drive some interest. This volume is trash. Yeah, they're crushing volatility. You primarily use WeBull for 0DTE plays. Primarily, yes, and IBKR. If there's anything I've learned over the past year, it's the price will always go lower than we think. Being greedy on my BBY and GME entries. Yeah, same. I don't know if we'll make it back to like the 70s, but it'll be interesting. Punish them for doing the split, right? Good time to enter BBBY. It's cheap, yeah. It's almost at its low. 50 more cents. Not even. It could go lower than like 13, but it doesn't seem to stay there very long. And this is with less shares outstanding. Ironically, if the market had stayed stable or gone up today, BBY probably would have ran with the FTDs and the market and the options chain the way it is. But the active fund sell-off is killing it. Yeah, they're definitely not tanking the market to avoid BBBY bets. We're still hanging out at 6 tonight? I don't know. Do you think any FTDs have come in for BBY yet? There were FTDs due today, but CNS is only going to push to the upside if there's pressure on it. If people are selling off, it's not going to do shit. I mean, gamma neutral is still below delta neutral on BBBY. I think it can move even more than that. Like on volatility, Gaff, like the peak will be higher. It'll probably settle in that range though. You can sell calls after CNS closes. After 310? I mean, you can sell calls all the way until market close. Roughly 3:10 p.m. Okay, I'm gonna put broccoli on this. But then I don't really want spinach. Whatever. I think maybe hitting like 1950 at best. A $20 break would be kind of nuts. That would need some like a little bit of FOMO, but yeah, I agree with you. The put call, I think put call like parity is at 19 something. Take a look. Oh, the reversal's at 1778 with delta neutral. I'm sorry, delta neutral's at 19. So yeah, I think if it punches up through delta neutral, then it will probably have a tough time breaking the put call reversal. If it does though, that's a pretty strong hedge. So I think if it breaks 1778, we could see it push up kind of a bit. 22 maybe. But I don't think it'll last cuz gamma max is um gamma max is around $20.18. So even if it goes above that, it's not gonna stay there long above 20. BBY 16C okay for June. I wouldn't get June's because that doesn't give you enough time. what we're seeing is we're seeing a lot of long interest in the 14, 50, 15, and $16 strikes. And so that's pulling gamma neutral down and into that range. But delta neutral's climbing because long interest is going up. Not for today necessarily. BBY 30-day $16 for FTD run, and then August $20 for OPEX. Yeah, probably. So August 15 on BBY are good then. Yeah, but you may want to sell them on the if we get like a FTD bump over the next few days, you may want to get rid of them. I don't like that there were a decent number of FTDs due today, but we're not seeing any price action from it. We started to this morning when the market, if the market had continued up, we absolutely would have inversed this today. But with, active funds and ETFs selling off, we're just going down with the rest of the market. More so, right? We're going to underperform because the pressure on CNS is to the sell side. So if the market's relatively flat, right, CNS will just trade mostly sideways throughout the day. Like when their FTDs are higher. If the market's going up, right, then CNS, the FTDs will cause the underlying stock to outperform. And if the market's going down, it'll cause it to underperform. So I should have just kept selling CSPs on BBY. I was doing good, but then I FOMO'd at 21. Well, if we get a little bump, just consider that an opportunity to sell covered calls, right? And drop your cost basis. Craig has an important question for you. He says you're ignoring him. Do you have any recommendations for something to hold funds in if I was anticipating a market crash, but didn't want to leave my money in cash? I mean, if you're anticipating a market crash, then you would definitely want your money in cash because you'd want to buy the bottom. I mean, I guess you could buy VIX, like UVXY or something, shares, but it's awfully speculative. One second. I have shares, but I want to play BBY options to use run-ups to build up my shares faster. Fair. Gaff, have you looked into the valuation on... You tend to take a more conservative estimate than I do on speculative value on BBBY. Have you gotten to dig into their financials at all? Real estate and toilet paper? Yeah. Blow up on some paper. August VIX 20Ps to hedge the upside. Interesting. Do you think it's going to bounce? What kind of stocks would actually people want to hold over the weekend? Value stocks, probably. You might see a little money get put on the table, but why not just hold cash and wait to see what happens Monday? I don't think Evergrande's default is going to cause anything. Holly Hughes. Kathy Woods is going to get sued. She's saying T-Doc is worth $350 in 5 years. She might not be wrong. It's definitely not worth $35 fucking. And no one will give a shit as long as it's worth more than the $60 she bought it at. Oh, I agree. With debt, without the debt, I think they're way under. But the question is are they going to follow through with, what Cohen wants to see them do and actually get that debt off the books, or if they're just going to pocket the cash and burn the company? I mean, I guess at these prices, Cohen can just buy more. There's a bonus for short hedge fund if the market does literally anything. This is what hedging risk is all about. Yeah. How do I get people to want to hold me over the weekend? I mean, just fluff up your feathers and get out on the town. T-Doc, $30 leaps, free money. We'll find out. So far. It worked for AA with AMC. Yeah, I agree. But we don't see insiders really selling out of BBBY. So that's good, I guess. Just confused myself. Just calculated $2,400 towards BBBY shares and $2,400 toward August 15C. And they end up netting the same profit at $20. You're forgetting IV. Same profit percentage. But no, because of implied volatility. Cleaned, preened, and ready to be demeaned. Oh boy. Still trying to order my food. Affleck. Hot take, the Fed will print money for a year longer than needed because of meme stocks. We are the systemic risk. And then now they would rather the entire market pay versus primes admitting they lost. Yeah, that's not that hot of a take. That's just kind of absurd. The entire valuation of all the meme stocks together is a drop in the fucking bucket. I mean, it depends on the amount of volume that comes in on a run. It could be a 50% spike in IV. Also, leverage per dollar spent is drastically different. You know, an August 15C is $3.15 a share, $3.30 a share versus $13 a share. So the gains are not the same. $2,400 in August options will yield far greater profits than $2,400 of stock. I just keep forgetting to order it, like actually complete my order. And now I'm like, do I want a salad or an appetizer? I don't know. Guess I kind of already have vegetables on the pizza. It's not from Domino's? It's disgusting. What are your thoughts on $12 in the money BBY calls for Jan 2023? Why? Why buy in the money at like all-time lows? Like, I understand buying in the money on GameStop maybe because we have way more downside, right? But I mean, BBY is getting really close to not having a lot more room. I'll amuse your boosh. Especially if you're getting leaps. Like, you're giving yourself such a long time frame. Why pay the extra premium to have them in the money? Do you have shares also? Mo money? Do you want to exercise them? Because I mean, at that point, like you're kind of saying that you want to exercise them. Yeah, so if it's under 10 by June, why buy in the money calls now? Also having a few CC, CSP, etc. teaching moments on the stream. Clip, add to the school of stonks. I think a pretty painless and super effective way to teach us smooths the very basics. Maybe. I mean, I've almost got the cover call video done. I just need to record it, but I think I have everything set up. I just need to record it and finish the editing. I recorded the part of me talking. I already kind of recorded the rest. The audio track. Why not YOLO 80% leaps? Well, because you're paying the premium, right? If you're just going to exercise them. You can, but shares are, you know, something you can hold for years. A leap locks you into a, once you start buying options, you're locked into a depreciating asset. You got about 5,000 shares. I mean, you could. Do you want more shareholding, or do you want to place bets on the improvement of the cost of the shares you already have? I thought stocks only go up. I mean, except those times when they don't. It's just that no one pays attention to them then, right? Maybe Ukraine will blow up a few more oil depots over the weekend, and my rig calls will print. Just another bull trap. I don't think anybody wants to take the risk of carrying shit over the weekend. So we're seeing a lot of things slip. Spy like Spy looks like it's gonna move back towards 420 right now, but it'll probably still close lower. That'll be good for us if we're able to climb back up into the above like 27. Are you not tempted to buy more BBY to average down on your shares a little? I mean, I'm just selling covered calls to average down. I have some CSPs out. I might get filled at 14 today. So kind of wishful thinking. Cost improvement. Okay. I mean, you can improve your cost basis also by just selling covered calls. I mean, you have enough shares. Or, you know, if you want to hold those shares long, then why not be out of the money? Or at least out of the money beyond your cost basis. That way you can just sell your options if price improves above your cost basis. I mean, they have like $7 billion in like real estate assets. Gaff. They have like a decent amount of, and they also have 8 billion in revenue over the last year and during the pandemic. To be fair, a big chunk of that is from Bye Bye Baby, but their debt is definitely ruining their current valuation. They have a lot of debt. And instead of paying it off, they bought back shares, which was fucking stupid. But if you saw 130 GME stock ends at 129 today, and GME announces something after hours and the stock shoots to 1,000, is the 130cc still expired worthless? No, they can exercise it. I'm just being impatient and honestly don't trust all the random YouTube trading channels. Clips will be super fast. I've learned in my biz that good enough is often enough. That's true, but I want to go into more detail than just what I would cover in a clip on the stream. And the stream's kind of all over the place. It's hard to focus on like one thing for any extended period of time. Oh, nice, Jen Jen. Yeah, they have a lot of debt. I think the problem is they have a lot of debt and they're just not paying it off. Like they don't want to pay their bills, right? They just want to increase share value, which is not a good look. I calculated book plus profit plus debt. They should be at 52 a share, but I'm not the best at math. I think that's a, a bit high, but I mean, if you're just factoring in straight values, then sure. Yo, yeah, they absolutely bought back shares because of their C-suite when they should have just used that money to pay off debt. Yeah, I thought CSP were level 2, so I went for that level just in case I grew beyond covered calls. I mean, you can always reapply and have your level moved up. At a glance, AMV with debt likely around 21, without would be closer to 36-ish. Maybe they want to inflate their way out of that debt and get shares while they were cheap. The stream is more fun when we get weird. I do what I can. What's a jart? Is that a jarred fart? Which financial news source do you trust the most? None of them. Read them all, make your own conclusions. Assume that they all have a motive. How do you get denied via WeBull options? But all these options interface isn't difficult. It's just old. Are you telling Weeble the truth? Because you'll never get applied. You'll never get approved for options. I sit on inventory too long. Yeah, that's a problem. It's gonna be. I think that's one of the reasons for the push down in price now is because we're gonna see that overstock in inventory turn out badly for a lot of companies that have been buying nonstop since the beginning of the pandemic as demand drops. We're going to see that backlash in the supply chain. It's not going to be, I mean, it's not going to be good for companies. It'll be good for goods prices. I was not only denied approval for options, but they forced liquidated my account. A lot of us holding GME now want to make money from it. Selling CCs, a lot of those questions coming. I'm aware. So you have Webull. I tried uploading my driver's license and it's not working. Tips. You can email it to their support probably. I don't know. I'm not a fucking Webull doesn't pay me to use their platform. They charge me. I'm not like a Webull rep. Averaging money and overhead costs. Well, supposedly they're cutting down the number of stores, or they're in the process of it to reduce overhead. They offered. I didn't take it. Why would I take a sponsorship offer from fucking Webull? I don't know if I can pull that off. Kind of huge. BBY June in the money options have whack delta. It's Jamie. Be like 0.6. I mean, it's a little high. But like I said, it doesn't look like the market makers are pricing in a move much below 14. Need more CNUS? First step should be unloading the debt immediately. Yeah, especially before more rate increases come in. I agree. You teach me the ways of selling CCs on my long positions. That's what I've been doing forever. CC is great in bear markets, by the way. Hit the like for 0 affiliate shilling. Yeah, this channel has no affiliates. I suggest you not financially recommend that people lie and go big early for higher level on their options knowledge, rather than trying later after the brokerage can see how much they lost while trading at a lower options level. It's not a financial recommendation. The brokerage tells you to lie. That's just a quote from Fidelity. There's there's a recorded conversation of Fidelity reps telling people that they didn't answer the questions correctly and to try again. All this finance talk is just to lure us into his TFT stream. How long after the split do you think we'll see price action? If we don't see any before the split, which is more likely, uh, within T plus 6 plus 35 plus 3 days. I didn't get any pesto. I got spinach on it instead, which now I kind of regret. Maybe I should have just gotten pesto. Who's selling GME shares? Oh, he's not going to sell his GME shares. He's been here forever. Spinch. Public service announcement. Fidelity only lets you apply for options once every 30 days. That's true. I think. I think you can call them and have it. Well, you can get away with a lot of shit if you deposit more money. The first time I applied for Fidelity options, I'd put like $5,000 in the account, and I applied for options, and they denied me because I answered truthfully. Because at the time I was still paper trading. Um, and then I called them, and they were like, "Oh, you got to wait 30 days to reapply." So I deposited $5,000 more, and I was like, "Okay, I think I'm ready to take on more risk now, and I'd like to reapply for options." And they were like, "Sure." Even in a bear market, after the split, how risky are selling CCs? Do you have any estimates on how long to wait for before things settle down? Oh, I'd wait like a quarter at least before I started selling CCs post split because of the potential FTDs. I mean, we should see indications in advance of that happening through like ETF flow and puts on GME containing ETFs, but I would still be careful. I probably won't sell any FTDs post split or CCs post split for a while until those FTDs come in. Yeah, TD is pretty degenerate. It says Tasty Works and WeBull. TA on the SPY. Did it find a floor yet? See if it bounces here. There's a bit of a trend, but might break down. This doesn't look great. Cohen's buying on BBBY didn't do shit because massive institutions sold out way more than he bought in on both peaks. So institutions sold out on Cohen's buy-in when it hit 30, and then they sold out again just now on March OPEX when it hit 28. Like millions of shares. So it'll take a long time to recover from all that liquidity being released. Yeah, they generate volatility, not price action. You need outside factors to generate or to show price improvement or a decrease in price. ITP, short squeeze, or pump and dump. It's all over Twitter. Sounds like a pump and dump. Today seems like it should be a good day to buy BBY calls because I answered that earlier when you asked also, Kyle. um, Good day to buy BBBY calls because it's Friday. Most don't like bag holding on weekends and always depressing price action, so more bearish sentiment, correct? A little bit. Long time to recover, you say. When do you think we could see 30 again? On BBBY? Probably not until obligations are high enough, so OPEX. Unless that buyout comes through, in which case then we could see a lot of price improvement. What times do FTDs tend to come in? All day long. All day long, all night long. Win $30 on GME? Not yet. Now a good time to buy some BBBY leaps. I might wait a little. I think you'll get better prices. Just like on BBY, you know, like if the bye bye baby comes in, like the buyout comes in, don't be afraid to like take profits on your long-term options, you know, because you'll be able to buy back in afterwards. I worry that a lot of people do the same shit they did with GameStop and, you know, like hold their leaps through a massive run up. Telling somebody to not be afraid of taking profits is not financial advice, Gav. Also, we've already established that I'm not managing anybody's accounts. Who decides the stock split ratio and when? I'm new here at New at Trading. GME, the board decides, and they decide when it's done. You know what's going to be fucking funny, right? Is, you know, they're going to announce the split for like Q4, and then everyone's going to be big fucking sad. And Ryan Cohen's going to tell everyone to buckle up again. Are you playing rig earnings inadvertently? Fly range, thank you so much. Coup to you too, sir. We hold your money in cash or an index or something. Probably cash for a while. I would love for Jamie to kick this can further. More cycles, the better. I mean, I kind of agree. I'm bullish on a split, but I'd also be okay with just going up 100% every 3 months. I keep getting asked to see hot girls and boys on video chat. I mean, they probably just analyze your search history with cookies. No, split now. So impatient. How likely is it that there's no squeeze and the cycles also stop? More likely than the latter. I mean, as long as volatility remains, the cycles should continue. Thoughts on negative GDP growth? Indication of a recession? Yeah. It'll probably split like 2 or 3 to 1. If the SPY continues downwards, is BBY likely not to follow? I don't think it is. It's sort of recovering. It's at least showing some stability in this range. I just don't think BBY has like much room left. I mean, there's not a lot of interest below this. They could keep shorting it, but I don't know how long it would stay down. 7 for 1 completely off the cards? No. But when was it on the cards? That'd be like a ridiculous split. No problem, Pookie Maker. We're coming for you, RC. Closing trend for BTC 20 week and 100-day SMA converging and squeezing the growth band. Bear market upon us, or are we bouncing? don't know. I haven't looked at BTC in a while. I don't like I don't like this break into this uptrend. Oh no. Almost looks like back to 35 over the weekend. I really don't like it. This looks bad, right? On BTC? Yeah. That's what I was just looking at. Like that declining volume on that on like the last few weeks and that slight uptrend on the lows. I mean, we don't care about the next Fed meeting. We care about the minutes, right? There's not going to be fear surrounding the meeting because no one's going to know what happens at it. Oh, I was looking on TradingView, Gaff. The most I think we'll see is 3-1 split. I know RC hates the shorts, but I also believe he doesn't really care about MOASS. Thoughts? I don't think we're going to see a split above 3-1 walking. I mean, don't get me wrong. He could split 5-1 or 7-1 seems excessive. I know it's the meme and all that, but um, I just can't see us needing that much liquidity. Check AXS USDT. I'm stuck. Dude, I want to look at some shit crypto, some shit coin. And fuck, even if the current trend breaks down to 35, it's not going to look good. I can see the way it looks right now. It looks like Bitcoin's gonna have a rough weekend. Although it's crypto, so who the fuck knows? But it's not looking great. Elon has a history of selling at the top. um, yeah, he does. I think strategically, he should consider splitting GME enough to be as cheap or around as cheap as AMC. That would destroy the low informed meme stock investors who think cheaper stocks are better. Yeah, but higher liquidity is not good for the people who've been in it for a long time, right? You want a bunch of fucking idiots piling into the stock and selling at every local high? Also, it'll open it up to a significant amount of day trading. If they dilute it too much, right? Too much liquidity, and then you got to deal with high frequency trading. Why is Cat such a tease today? I don't know. It's being like a little bit fickle. Oh, AMC holders fucking trade their stock all the time. Ooh, I think my food's here. 1 second. I'll be right back. No, I remembered the pizza. ETF FTDs too. And the volume spike from last week, Ryan. I got white pizza with broccoli and spinach. Thanks, man. Has it got to be white? I don't. That's the color of the. That's what they call it. Not black pizza. Well, because that would be burnt. Why don't you just Google list of activist investors, Stefan? No, no Alfredo. White pizza is usually no sauce with ricotta on it. Although I feel like they went a bit overboard with the spinach. At least it's fresh spinach. You give waiting a couple of weeks before getting 10, 200, 6 threes. Why would you get 200s for 6-3? There it goes. I just had to move around a bit to get it to focus properly. I should turn off the autofocus feature. Pop certain trader. I have nothing to say to you. Amazon today looks like a kid ran along a wall with a red crayon. It's not great. I think you got a couple years before the housing market crashes. What is it? I think, if anything, in the near term, we're about to see banks move up. These rate increases are good for them. I also think they're about to start loaning. Not maybe right away, but soon. They're going to want to loan more with with rates as high as they are. So taking more risk. Why do you think it'll be a couple years before a housing market crash? Because it takes a while. Even in 08, the bottom of the housing market, we didn't see the bottom of the housing market until 2012. I'll get right on that, popcorn. And everyone thinks it's right around the corner, which means it's not. Well, price realization, although it's becoming faster with things like Zillow and stuff, Price realization in the housing market doesn't happen quickly. I mean, if a crash in the housing market begins to happen, it'll be a few years before you see a bottom. I don't want to test this theory. Winner buys the loser's CERN position. Hold on, I'm loading up. I mean, Dork, do you really think that, like, Zillow and Realtor.com are big enough now to facilitate a flash crash? No. Never look me in the eyes when you insult me anymore. Go fuck yourself, right? Don't tell me what to do on my stream, trash. There won't be a flash crash unless BlackRock starts dumping their assets. Hmm. Are you talking about, like, Deutsche's fucking money laundering? Oh shit. More downside to GME. Slight rally after CNS. It looks like we're moving up a little into the close of CNS. I could see us hitting, I don't know. We might pop back into above 126 before close, but it looks weak. The SPY's not really turning around. No one wants to carry shit over the weekend. Sorry I missed that walking. 2 dead whistleblowers in the raid today. That's because snitches get stitches. Where'd you guys grow up? Is it doing it again? Hold on. Makes me feel like you're far away. That's nice. Monday, Wednesday, pre-FOMC. We'll see how it turns out. Have a good weekend, Segan. 125 safe. Risky. Lots of swing trade strategies and setups revolve around the SMA 50. It's definitely a good one. It's not a bad one. But what do you do when everything tanks and is trading drastically below it? cry. Have you ever looked into trading stocks before? I just assume based on the info Stefan presents, like nobody has ever heard of it. Before that, maybe you were brand new to stocks. He just gets very excited about anything that he finds on YouTube. Inverse head and shoulder? No, but it could be like a double bottom. It's within it's within range. Yeah, under 800K volume so far. There's nothing worse than days with slow, shitty drops. Like low liquidity and everything's red. I don't care about Redbox. I'm not buying a bunch of their stock. The fact that volume hasn't picked up on this downtrend means we're still bullish. I mean, it just means we're stable at, 124. Amazon falling below 2450 or close. They're being borrowed and returned, but just to places you can't see. Favorite interval for confirming trend reversals? The 1 hour or the 4 hour. For swings or intraday? Intraday, like the 5 minute. I just found out a person I just met died. Okay. Are you gonna enter Amazon after this dip? I mean, I'm getting assigned on my cash secured put today. Without a doubt. You see Amazon going below 2,400? It's not super likely. It should have at least a lot of stability in that range after losing all of its gains over the last, what, 2 years? Almost 2 years. Yeah, it's because it's far dated, Papa Muff. Although $5 in the money, there's a chance you'll be assigned. I know we both know that I'm a terrible trader, but I've actually been making modest sums on CCs and CSPs, and it's boring, but it's my car payment plus a month, so actually, thank you. Congrats, dude. Good. One less bill means more CERN puts, right? For you? Do I just wait for the price to go up and buy it back? Yeah. Wait, what's your new hobby, Greedy Dead Man? Oh, you're getting on OnlyFans? Congrats, man. Look, a trade happened on GME. Hey, Bazinga, letting you know how much you would make if you'd invested in games $1,000 in GameStop 15 years ago. Do you think he'll carry any of the GME options you're planning to buy through the split if there isn't a share recall prior? No. Is it smarter to cap profits and re-enter Monday? Probably. I should probably cut my losses on the contracts I bought today. Although, cap moves a lot overnight, so it's... I don't know if I want to like buy back in at 216 on Monday if it moves up. And it actually still looks kind of good, so maybe I'll hold them. I don't know. We'll see. If it dips below 212, I'm probably going to get out. Pong, dude, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. I appreciate it. Riku to you too, sir. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club or the Royal Pigeon Whale Society, whatever you need.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Jimmy confirmed back into CC or still might be phase D. I don't think we're really confirming anything with this shit price action. The contract expiration available? I believe it was for June. It was like a block of $100,000 worth. Have you ever had a dream where you want them to do you so much you could do anything? What? Thank you again, Pong. I appreciate it, man. Where are the pigeon whales? Why are the pigeon whales not flocking and congratulating their newest pigeon whale? This is very un-pigeon whale-like behavior. 6 months ago, I promised I would pigeon whale once I made a certain amount. Freg's Day and the last week's Snap earnings fiasco set me back a bit, but today Tesla put me all over the top. Thanks for all that you taught us. Thank you so much, Pong. I appreciate it, man. There he is. Well, I know you're not a pigeon whale, Darth Dan. Hey, it's Danrod. I think everyone else fell asleep. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad. Also, congrats on killing it on Tesla. Did you hold your calls overnight? I didn't. I'm still like kind of salty about it. I just got a pillow ad on the stream. Weird. Were we talking about pillows? Spy and Amazon aren't holding anything. I'm gonna have to make some fat profits on my Amazon covered calls to make this endeavor worthwhile. Yeah, Regarding the split, how does the timeline work? June 2nd, they announced the split. Let's say the split is scheduled for July 1st. I mean, it should be like they announced the split. If they announce it on June 2nd, they'll probably split on the 16th, right? So the 15th being the ex-div. What would be fucking crazy, hear me out, is June 2nd, we have the shareholders meeting. Wait, hold on. So let's say June 1st, NFT marketplace. June 2nd, actually, you know what? How would I do it to apply the most pressure? That way, if Cohen's watching, he can get some ideas. So May 18th, launch NFT marketplace. June, no. May, hold on, I need to look at the timeline here. May 25th, announced 3-to-1 split. June 2nd, shareholders meeting. With forward guidance. Nah, just forward guidance is good enough. Then the split occurs before the rollover date. On the 7th. There's no Bastille Day. Followed up with another 2-to-1 split, announced June 8th. I would catch the future roll date. Yeah. So what you do is you hit them with the NFT marketplace right before May OPEX, and then hit them with the split right before futures rollover. Because you just want the longs to just be like, fuck this shit, I'm recalling my shares. Or just really fuck with everybody and split 1 to 2. I mean, would it blow your guys' minds if he did all of this and then reverse split the stock? What is a reverse split? Reverse Uno, exactly. June 16th, DFE hired as chief drinking officer. The only thing that could make that timeline better would be a DFE tweet post split of his position, which has doubled in size over the last year. And his appointment to the board of Hestia Capital Management. What is this, the Hopium channel? I mean, it's just strategy. Should I get a job or wait till July? I would get a job. If he did that into significant FTDs after the share recall, what would be the result? I mean, it would fuck them pretty hard. I mean, a reverse split would bring our free float to 32 million shares. Shit would get crazy. Double the volatility. Let's fucking go. Okay, stop. I'm gonna need new pants soon. Moon, don't you want to sell $240 CCs and get assigned on those? Why do we assume DFB is still in? Why wouldn't he be? Take 30% profit, wait for an inevitable dip, then buy in again. This is the way. Choppy markets are fun. Because in a bull market, everything you do is chasing. I like this sideways shit way better, where things just go up and down $5. Because no one understands what the valuation of any company is. It was a 1-for-7 reverse split all along. Oh man, I've clearly just jacked everybody's tits. Whoops. Have you ever witnessed the SPY drop 3% in a single day? Yeah. One to 7 reverse. Then when MOASS, he can take 10 million shares worth $1 million each and split them to 500 million worth worth 20,000 each. Simple. Well, no one knows. They haven't announced the split yet. What's up, Willie? You think those FTDs due May 2nd, Monday, are going to help? No. Once the vote totals are in, it depends. They could announce right away. For this voting on a split, can they do a... We're not voting on a split. This is high finance. It's all about the technicalities, right? We all... Everyone thinks we're voting on a split because they don't want to read anything. They announced the intention to split, but they didn't... I mean, do you want to get assigned at that price? Next Friday, 120. It's risky. If you want to get assigned, I mean, there's a good chance you will. You're voting on a float increase to facilitate a split. Yeah. But they didn't say it's going to be a forward split. I don't know. That'd be a. I mean, I don't know if they're going to do a reverse split. It's ridiculous, but it'd be fun. Why can't you do a reverse split as a share dividend? Theoretically, you could. You just receive a dividend like for every 2 shares you own, you get one. It did say that the current share price is a point where it drives away potential investors. It's true. I don't think they're going to do it. I'm just saying that'd be fun. Like, very fun. Can MM still internalize after CNS closes? I mean, that's when they do their internalization. Whatever they couldn't clear through CNS, they need to internalize in order to push it through again. Everyone voting straight yes or not on the compensation bit? I didn't want to vote yes for it, but I did. Witness me. I felt all duh for holding a Tesla 125C overnight, but cashed out for 120% late morning. Now I'm in an SPX 4200 put that's up about 150%. Drop SPX, drop. Congratulations, Willie. I understand you're very excited. What if, and give me some rope here, the real split is 2-to-1 reverse split plus tokenization of the post split stock with an NFT token and a new ticker. GMRE. That'd be funny. I also voted my docu-shares that I already sold. It felt good telling them what to do, even though it was no longer my business. You gotta prop up your puts, right? Kind of huge. Is there an ape ticker? If there was, I wouldn't buy it. Why would a broker-dealer accept an FTD from a short seller that's on the hook for delivering a share dividend instead of just recalling their shares? Because most of the lenders, remember the lending is facilitated by the broker. Um, the brokers actually might not be willing to take on risk, and may recall, but the lenders may not push for it. But if they were to avoid recalling shares, it would be due to their obligations within ETFs. Remember, they're also DTC partners, right? So if they recall shares causing a liquidation of the short hedge fund that borrowed them, then they're on the hook. And they don't want that risk moving up the chain and biting them in the ass. So if they're, over short like 10 to 1 on their shares, right? And they've lent out 10 shares to every one share they have, calling them back is just as risky for them as it is for the short hedge funds. Look, Mom, I'm managing risk. I grabbed an SPX 4220 when it was cheap just to hedge, just in case. So it's a $500 insurance policy on a $4,000 gain. I feel smart. Good job, man. That is smart. Later, buckle up, John. We create a lot of fucking FTDs there, Gaff. I understand they can do that and kick it out, but that's going to be a hell of a pileup of FTDs if that's the case. Even with the reported short interest, not even moving into like the number of FTDs that could appear in ETFs and such. I think it's the volume pressure that matters, though, right? Like, I understand the growth is proportional. How am I giving credit to the DRS theory? True, but it becomes easily overloaded, especially during times of FOMO, which could easily happen post split. I think that's the real question. Do we get post split FOMO into the stock with the price being cheaper? When are we actually in a market crash? SPY sub 350? Like just full on crash? We're in a market crash and people sell off. Fear takes over. The broker's giving cash rather than shares in a split. Where did the shares go? Sell them? Yeah, that'll depend on our price, what we drop to pre-split, I think. What do you think about the SPY possibly dropping to 411, 412 before close? It's just going straight down, right? It doesn't look like it's breaking up. 410's the next big resistance. I mean, it's kind of just tracking the market, right? Do you think the SPY will keep falling into Monday? Maybe. This is probably more just a sell off because people don't want to hold over the weekend. Is there a gap in the downside for SPY? Hmm. No. DRS is the way to make computer share profitable. You're finally a full-blown cooking channel. I just got an ad for yogurt instead of scammy people trying to sell me their options trading program. Oh boy. Amazon and Google splits are because the economy is entering a downturn and they want their stock to be cheap enough that people are still willing to buy it. GME stabilizing this range with the market taking a dump is a good sign for the Wyckoff theory. Yeah. Although I kind of wish we'd pick a direction instead of just flattening out. So Amazon has lost like 180 billion in a day and a half. It'll be okay. Over lending is crime? I mean, is it? Whose price action is a result of shorts just stalling GME price with all that they have? I don't actually think they're throwing a lot at it. They're using this downturn in the market to return shares and lower the borrow rate. This is a messy run. They didn't clear up all their obligations at the top. The borrow rate's still elevated. But they are consistently returning shares, and the borrow rate is consistently dropping. It will go back probably to like 1%. Because, they want it cheap. Is it gonna bounce back to 127? I know this won't happen, but how bullish if BBY halts into close? Didn't it do that last Friday? Elon Musk says he is a liberal, woke progressive. It's a bit of a reach. Good for him. Adding any fuel to what fire? I'm gonna pick up some BBBY $14 CSPs that I sold. So that's cool. I'm also gonna have to buy Amazon at $2,700 a share, which is lame. Getting Moon assigned, assuming he sold dumb covered calls. We're close. Some people don't think the market is going to crash right now. I mean, yeah, because there's always a group of people that think that the market is going to crash. Look at Burry. Like, all of this from here to here was just people saying this is impossible. The market's going to crash. This can't go on forever. The Fed's printing too much money. Inflation's at all-time highs. And it just kept not giving a fuck. Right? I'm not saying it won't. It could. But everyone's just, you guys are more involved in the markets now. Remember, everyone's always calling for doom and gloom. And the reality is we're kind of just stagnating. We've been stagnating for a couple months now. The economy isn't really dying and it's not really growing. We could trade flat for 2 years. It could get more volatile. We might go up and down a bunch. Yeah, I agree the spike could hit 3, but also remember that a lot of the big institutions, and large shareholders are they bought the fucking dip in 2020. They're still green as fuck. What's gonna cause panic, right? For a market crash, you need like panic levels of selling. This is like some profit taking, you know? Be careful your shill is showing. Sorry. You got people, that bought into the market, between like 2200 and 2600. And you think they're going to sell at 415? Bank failures due to a credit default crisis could be a catalyst. I don't think we're facing a credit default crisis, right? Because you have inflation and you have higher wages. We also still have a lot of demand in the job market. I think it'll drop, but just throwing out random words now. He likes to do that. Yeah, instead of popping the balloon, just let a little bit of air out, right? I mean, that's what the Fed's doing. Do you think that like Fed directors coming out and shouting hawkish statements from various platforms while not actually doing that with the rate increases is anything beyond that? It's not. That's a strategy. They're talking about how, you know, monetary policy is about communication. That's true. They're communicating this hawkish stance and like we're going to aggressively tackle inflation and then not doing that, right? So their actions are not in line with their words at all. And what that's doing is that's keeping speculative value out of the markets. People are like, oh, I don't know what the fuck the Fed's going to do, so I don't want to, you know, dump millions or billions of dollars into, you know, any equities at all. Can you sell calls at a halt? You can put in an order. FX has just tweeted margin meltdown on Monday. Oh, so everything's gonna bounce. I'm not doing frosted tips, Dan for hire. That's my chat. Buying puts, same as shorting. I mean, without the risk. Walk in. Didn't I read that? I thought you were just joking. I didn't realize it was an actual question. It's not. I mean, it's not the same as shorting. It's betting that the underlying will decrease in value during the time frame that your option is open. Whereas, you know, a short sale is actually a sale, a borrow and a sale of the underlying asset. Us not letting our currency crumble, Gaff, is a lot of what keeps the idea of $69 million a share off the table. I thought you were doing like a puts, same like shares meme. Kava, the official sponsor of CNS yet. When BBY becomes a penny stock, under $5. Shorting hard, good, right? You want hard shorting. And this isn't even, I mean, that hard. It's down $1. Relax. Barely down more than the SPY. Yeah, but it can also just mean that it's shorted so much they don't, or it's not shorted enough that it's worth recalling. The penny stock means moving down a penny every couple of minutes, that it's already a penny stock. Good, nice inverse on GME right now. Spicy 30 minutes. Just to let you know, I bought so many weeklies because you refused to make the bet that we don't close above 130 today. I'm not letting you front run me this time, Dad. And the SPY wants to break out above 420. It tried yesterday, and then Amazon fucked it. Up and handle on cat. No. From the double test. Compelling. Interesting. A little longer though. Quite a lot longer actually. Is that long enough? Yeah. I don't think the cup part is formed. That's the only problem here. Like, this isn't a high enough test. just so you know, I already know GME is not getting share recalled. I think no share recall will be extremely telling with regards to the extent of risk GME holds in the system, which could be a lot or none. You know, if there's no share recall, both are true, right? DK, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we
Stefan
ain't no
doesn't
coke.
know.
Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man.
No risk equals share recall, no problem. You wouldn't even know if the share recall occurred. Nothing would happen if there was no risk. The same like if there was no share recall because of risk. From 1 to 10, 10 being a certainty, how likely a share recall is? I have no idea. Thoughts on Dalio's long-term debt cycle thesis, rise of a US dollar competitor, be it from China or crypto, and consequences on USD hegemony. I don't know. Dalio is always a big fucking bear about everything. Yes, but not in the near term. And we will challenge that in any way possible, right? The US would go down in a blaze of glory. Why do you think we invest so much money in our fucking military? I'm serious. Like, we would go to war before that happened. Big war. Was I dreaming or was Girk bullish earlier? I was just describing possible strategy of making everyone think that we're doing a forward split and then reverse splitting the stock, pulling a reverse Uno card. GameStop beginning and ending with the best Uno card. Are you 420 on the bullometer? Closing at 125 today, it looks like. Jesus, are we gonna have sub 1 million volume? Ugh, gross. When was that? Is it clipped? No, I didn't clip it. It was earlier. U.S. military looking really good lately too. Russia fell way off. Why am I being tagged in your re-queuing of the Honorable Lordship Reverend Hot Body Trash Dan? Arnold Kent, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up after the stream. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah.
Wait, can I?
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon.
How does one get to trade after hours and pre-market? What brokerage are you with, Walken? They have different times. But you should always be able to set, and all brokerages I know of let you set market orders in the pre-market and then during after hours. Would you roll them down? Maybe the 23s. Those are a bit risk. How far out are they? Gibbles and bits. Yeah, people are bullish on a bounce. Mike the Legend. Lots of calls coming in for BBBY at those strikes. What a freaking week. Seriously. My point is, Stefan, if there's no risk and they recall shares, nothing happens. You wouldn't know that shares were recalled or they weren't recalled. There wouldn't even be a blip. Also, if they don't recall, you won't know that either. So it doesn't, like, there's no way to know if they recalled or not unless there's a lot of risk and they recall and the price goes up. Just checked in to see how the market was. See you this weekend at the hot tub stream. See you then. What dates are you looking at for AMD? I have some June and July, and then I have January's. The most of my contracts are AMD or in January. I think I have like 20 contracts for June and 16 or something for July. There's no way to know if shares are recalled. No. How the fuck would you know? You think BlackRock's gonna come and tell you, hey, we're recalling our shares? Are you waiting for HT to hit 300 to open more contracts? Fuck yeah. And I'll wait for it to stabilize and start to turn around. Then I'll open more contracts, but QQQ new yearly low for this year? SPY 2, right? Why are you so focused on the QQQ? It puts on it. That seems like the riskiest place to put puts, because with all the money leaving, right, getting pulled off the table, the first place it's going to go back into is like the big 5 tech companies and value stocks. Large position in corn. I'm showing 532,000 volume for the day. Doesn't look right. That looks right. Maybe they're just reporting a lot of volume on one candle, or the data hasn't normalized. Yeah, of course those are at risk of being recalled. Came for the financial advice and on-point support resistance game. Stayed for the Cenas humor and relentless Elon fanboyism. Lovely Colt, irregardless. Heading out to roll today's FTD'd work. Thanks, Kirk. Thank you so much, LC. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend, man. I'm gonna cash in with so much fake money. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see that speculative value fall out of the big tech, but then they'll rise when interest picks back up. Thanks, Big Mac 8000. Actually, yeah, brokers generally don't recall shares. It's or lenders. It's rare that lenders recall shares. It's not common, even with the tax. Around a share dividend, it's more likely. But for like voting purposes and stuff, it's pretty rare they recall anything. I'll tell you when brokers and lenders recall shares when they're gonna sell. $14 million shares recalled. If they're recalled, they don't have to recall shit. I think part of that happened during the Jan squeeze. I also think it happened going into the shareholders meeting in June. I think we saw some recalls both times. BBBY dead? Nah. Just cheap. It's doing the cycle thing just like everything else. I'm not carrying shit over the weekend. I don't care how cheap it gets. Do you have Amazon causing the recession on their bingo card? That's a lot of value that's lost. Amazon's bouncing back, isn't it? Or it was. Yeah, Amazon's actually recovering a little bit into close. What if I don't get assigned? Ooh. I mean, my CSP is kind of far dated. I might not. No, I'm definitely getting assigned. What am I talking about? I'm sorry, I just really don't want to buy 100 shares of Amazon. Not right now. This is not the time I would choose to buy in. The world can't live without AWS. Yeah. Not to mention, Bezos knows how to bring the price of his stock back up if he wants to. Crazy low, though. I mean, Jesus. Yeah, but still his stock. Just because he's not CEO, don't act like he doesn't have any influence or control at the company. Reading the H5N1 infected a human in Colorado and it's been causing massive chicken cullings, long positions, beef, i.e., Tyson, etc. Maybe. Are they sure? I mean, if it's airborne and serious, that could mean far more than just long positions in beef. Long fake meat beyond Tyson, etc. The same group that are convinced a chairman of the board and the CEO of a VC firm is running day-to-day operations of a retail gaming store. I've never had a Beyond Burger. People keep telling me to try one, but I don't know. Gaming stream? Maybe. Later. 8 o'clock, something like that. I don't know if I'll have time, but if I do. Do you see Cat turning around? Yeah, if the market picks a fucking direction and sticks with it. They have as much salt as like 27 Domino's pizzas. I mean, you gotta make whatever it is taste good somehow, right? Your line of work, do weekends still feel the same as when you worked a regular 8 to 5? Not really. Hmm. Thanks, Roberto Gamma. What's up, DV? Hmm. So, like a 10 million volume on the SPY right before close. Curious. All right. Well, let's sum it up. GameStop showing some resilience to the overall market today, but unfortunately, not clawing its way back up above that 126.70 resistance. Right now, we're trading about $1 lower. Although pretty stable throughout the course of the day. I think we're building some volume on this support zone. I don't want to say that we've seen enough of a breakdown to really confirm that the trend has broken, but we may be finding a floor, at least for the near term, in this range. So yeah, I still don't consider Wyckoff defeated. I mean, we only traded 1 million volume today. And the trend overall is built up on a lot more volume than that. ADX, yeah, everything's still pointing fairly bearish as far as oscillators go. Pop open trading view here. So I think we're kind of just, this is annoying, but I think we're kind of just chopping in this zone. And it's very possible, you know, Monday when we were supposed to get that high and the market like tanked, that was likely our high for this part of the cycle, right? Because we're still seeing 1 day up, 2 days down, 1 day up, and then another down day Monday before we see more upside. But our volume is definitely crushing within a smaller range, right? And we're staying, if we can stay right in here, and level off, approaching early May, that may give us a chance to see some of these obligations covered, and see a small spike. And I think they're doing that to break up these cycles as they drag them out longer, which we'll need more confirmation on. But I think that's a large part of what we saw happen back here in February. After January's OPEX expiration, I think we saw that small climb up into like the 130 range before they tanked the stock before covering for March OPEX. And so I think they let off like a little steam. And I think we saw that in November as well, right? When we saw that November 3rd peak and then, dropping the price into OPEX where we came up again. And I think we're going to continue to see that pattern. So if we stabilize in this range, we may see some upside, maybe back to like 158 before they bring the price down into June, which is where they would want it pre-split, right? They'd want the price as low as possible. Mr. Finch, thank you so much, man. You have a great weekend too. So I think that's what we'll be looking at. Hopefully just holding the line with, the market normalizing and finding a direction. If the market continues to drop, however, we will fall. And our next closest support here at like 113. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will see you on the members only stream Sunday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, or Monday morning for market open. Thank you all and have a great night. Oh, also one last thing. I'll try to get out an FTD schedule for GameStop over the weekend. Just a new FTD chart for you guys. Thank you all.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Riku!
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.